Okay. Alright, so I'm back for part 3, and I have I did a little bit of digging into this, or working on this tagging strategy plugin, or GitHub action over the week. And nothing significant with the code has changed, if you've watched the last stream. So I have added this parser.js to start the actual logic for this function. So most of this is going to be in this parser.js function. And really all I've done is I've messed around with this GitHub context just to see what this object looks like coming in. So it is documented, and it does match the document, but it's just not the same because the document just has a flattened list of keys, and it's hard to kind of visualize it in that way. And then there's always it bites you if you don't test it. So I actually found some pretty cool stuff around. I got my debugger to work better. And the way that I did that, so one thing I found that I was doing, so I had this debug workflow, and one thing I found that I was doing incorrectly, or not incorrectly, but just neglecting to do, was to use this. So since this action isn't actually published yet, you have to use the checkout step, or checkout action, as part of your steps to get the action from the project itself. And then also, instead of declaring the action like you would if I were using it somewhere else, you can say uses and then just indicate the current directory, and that says that the action exists in the root directory. So that's where it'll actually look, and it'll take the action YAML, and it'll say the main is dist index, so it'll just take this dist index JS file, and that's the action, and it'll take it right out of the repo. So that's pretty cool, and it made debugging easier. And so what I did is I went out and created some tags, and I've got debug 7, debug 6, stuff like that. But as we go into the actions here, you can see where I was just testing different things. And for this one, I logged out the github.context, and you can see that there is a payload key, which is what I was previously logging, was the github.context.payload. And I was really just trying to get an idea of what the different IDs were that I could use. And then when we come down, I need to look for a double closing curly brace. You see that there's event name and SHA and ref. So all those things are coming through. And this is something I wasn't sure about. So if we go back to our fork of Octoprint that we're using to develop from, I don't know, what branch was I on? So we'll go over here, and our workflows, we have trigger Docker. So I had changed the client payload that's being sent. So we weren't sure. So what this was before, if we go into Octoprint, we can see what this was before. And we were actually putting through ref, SHA, event name. And what it turns out is all those things are actually in the GitHub .context. And so we could just send that as the client payload. And I've still done, so what actually gets sent in the event you won't have event name, you won't have SHA, you won't have stuff like that. Now there is some with the Octo Actions toolkit, which is they've got a couple different node modules you can import. You can actually cast an event object to a type, and so that it'll kind of figure those things out for you. But what I'm thinking is, and this is what I'm going to test next, is that for the client payload, all we need to send is github.context, and it will send all of this stuff automatically. Like, this is actually exactly what the object would look like. And so that's what I'm going to be testing next. The other thing that I started to realize, so if we're looking at my README here, and actually I'm going to do it, I'm going to show you the README here. You'll see that I've just got this little thing in the way here that you can't see. In the docs, I talk about the default lookup key. So github.event. Whatever tag. And what it comes down to is X, Y, and Z aren't really going to work unless it's a release event. And if it's not a release event, I'm not even sure if this action would be relevant, because you'd have like the SHA and all the refs and stuff like that available to you anyways, and you would be able to construct the tag in that instance. So you wouldn't really need this plugin unless you're actually doing a release. And so to make things easier, what I'm thinking is for the first version of this plugin, I'm only going to make it compatible with release events. So I'll do a check, I'll cast the event or to see if it's a release, and if it's not, it'll throw like an error. I'll set an exit code. So that's actually the very first thing that I'm going to work on next, and then I'm going to actually give a shot for triggering this from context. So we've got a couple things to do there, and then the third thing is actually the parsing strategy. And so what I'm looking at is we're using semver for that. So npmjs.com package semver. And the first thing I'll do is make sure that it's valid, and then we'll kind of just pick apart the strategy that's passed for this this iteration of the action, and I'll try to cast the based on the given strategy, we'll try to cast the input tag to a semver object, and then we'll take a look at what the pattern is, x.y.z, and use the semver.major, semver.minor, semver.patch, wherever applicable, to apply that to the tagging strategy. So that'll be the biggest logic in this action, is really trying to figure out the most effective or efficient way to do that, so that it's no bugs or anything like that. I don't think it'll be too difficult. There's a couple different ways I can think of off the top of my head where we can go about it. So we'll give that a shot. I think all this will take probably about 2 hours. So we'll start right now. It's about 12:45 Central Time, so hopefully finish up by about 2 p.m. Central Time. Okay, so I'm going to come back over to my code, and the first thing, so I've got this sandbox. I didn't know what to call what I was working on just yet. Let's see. what's different. Obviously that's different. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, so basically this sandbox I wasn't really doing anything serious but testing. Let's see what's in master. I'm probably also going to change this up. I thought I was using reserve keyword, but really I was just forgetting to put the S on the output. So I was saying tagging.output, and that set things off. So really the sandbox branch that I have here is just a learning branch. So I'm going to go back to master, and let's see where we're at now that we know kind of what we want to do. Well, all these branches should be gone. I keep saying to delete branches as I merge, so I don't know why these are here. That's strange. Anyways, what I'm looking for is to see is the index in the, is there even a source folder? There's not. So in the sandbox I actually added some things for semver and test. So I'm actually going to merge that code because I do want those things. Does the package in master already have semver installed? It does. I thought I added tests as well. Maybe I just didn't push that. Oh, it's there. Okay, never mind. Just to be sure, I'll push this up. I'm going to go through and delete these branches because that is bugging me. Okay. I don't know what gives. Oh, yes, I do. Duh. So I'm actually going to pull this over into the parser.js. I'll leave it there for now, but going to bring it back here. So if the strategy is latest, I'm going to return latest no matter what. I think what I may have to do up here is if, well, we'll say you can use a latest strategy on anything. So the decision I need to make is, can we consider any event a tag? In which case, you still really don't need to use this plugin to do things. So I think we're going to say that if github.context.event name does not equal we're probably going to have to do release, pre-release, all those things. Let's see what the GitHub actions do. I don't know if it'll say released or pre-release. I do have that in a workflow actually, so I can go back and look at this. Oh, but I actually would need to do a release. So first things first. Let's create a new branch and add a release test event. workflow. I'm thinking here. So the interesting thing, so we have the GitHub context. Is there payload in here? There's not. So what's interesting is the docs for this, for actually using this, is different than the docs for the actual, is it OctoKit? I forget. So we'll say at actions core, and this will give us the so even though the context and stuff, so this is the context that you get that's available to the workflow. The context is different within the actual actions. So for example, there is a github.context, there's a .payload object on here, and like I was saying, you can actually see that in my debug here, because you'll have payload, and then there is, if we come down here, there's event name, there's SHA, there's ref, workflow, and debug. And it's interesting because that tells me this is both available and not available in a workflow. It depends on the action, I think. So my action code, I'm going to be able to use this event name, but if I were looking at just trying to access event name from github.context inside the workflow, like use it within a workflow script, so say inside of here, there would not be a event name. But at the same time, this GitHub there's an event object here that's not on the GitHub context. So it's going to be really hard kind of keeping those two things straight as we go down the final stages of this. Message. Event name. I wonder if event name is in here. Nope. So I was just wondering if that's like a replacement object, similar to like we were saying before, CommonJS works with module.exports and exports equaling stuff. Yeah, so these are two totally different things. So we'll have to keep that in mind. But I think if we look at, so we have events that trigger workflows, let's say push is one that we were doing. If we look at the webhook event payload, ref before, after, so ref doesn't come in. And so I triggered a push before. Notice there's no ref here, but there is payload. And if we go down here, that's where there is event name, ref, workflow. So it's not even exactly like this. So there's nowhere that's documented, as far as I can tell, inside the packages, the exact things that are available to the action code on each of the objects without actually just going through the source code and looking. And I'm guessing that even then, those things are built dynamically, so it's not going to be easy to tell. Add type, context, payload, comment. Yeah, so these are all just the different types. Let's see. So this is nice. Workflow, action, actor, job, run number. So these are all the different things that we have available to access. So this webhook payload. So this is where I'm wondering if I trigger, using that other action from upstream to trigger the repository event. Oh, excuse me. If we'll get all these things regardless of what we send it. So if our client payload I'm wondering if GitHub.context would be available here or not. I'm guessing not. So instead of passing it github.event, if I could just pass it github.context. Yep, so that's why that works. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be easier to do this without this repository dispatch thing. I don't know, we'll look at that later. So for now, I do think we'll have to send something else. We'll see. Let's just find out. So let's get into this. Let's see what actually comes through. So we'll create a I'm actually going to go to this repository here. Yeah, event names in there. So what's interesting is if you trigger a webhook, all these things that I was showing before will come in, even without this repository dispatch thing. And I think we can set up like just a webhook based on a particular event, like a release or released. So let's look at, whoops, if we go here and we'll say tagging strategy, settings, webhooks. So if we just set this to the webhook URL for, say the downstream project that you want to trigger, I don't even think you need is release in here? Releases are in here. I don't even think you need this plugin anymore. This action. So let's try it. Let's actually go here and we'll say I'm actually just going to do a different project. I don't want to mess with that one. I should probably just set up a sample project, but no big deal. So I think each repository has a URL that you can receive webhooks from. I don't know I read this somewhere. And you know what? I'm betting actually that this repository dispatch event actually uses it. I swear that there was a webhooks package in here. This is still talking about... Okay, I'm going down a rabbit hole I don't really need to go down right now because I can just use this other thing. I do feel like there's a better way here that's already supported, and it's just a matter of finding the right doc or something. But for right now, I really just want to get to the meat of this, which is writing that code to parse things out. So let's just do that. Closing this down, and anyway. Aha. A JSON payload with extra information. So I think what gets sent already is what we want. Like, we don't actually need this extra stuff. So to create a repository dispatch event, when a GitHub app sends a post request to the create repository dispatch event. So I believe what I could actually do is set up that URL. So let's go to here and we'll say So now I know what to put in here. Webhooks. Add a webhook. Payload URL, https github.com/ we'll say tagging strategy. Dispatches. I don't know how I do a secret here. I don't know if I just need to add like a I'm just gonna set this up to test it. I know what the secret needs to be. It needs to be a personal access token. That is what it is. So I'm going to pull this over here so I can set this up without sharing a personal access token. And it needs to have, I believe, repo. Workflow. That's all I'm going to add for right now is repo and workflow, but it might actually need other let's see, what's this called? And then for this, I'm just going to paste in that token and hit save. And that'll be it. So just so you know what I'm doing, I don't want to share that. Okay, so when I set this up, I'm getting maybe that's why. So what I don't know is if I'm supposed to put the name of the secret here. I'll try that. Yeah, I think it has to be a GitHub app. Which is why you have to do it via workflow in the dispatch. So, okay. That was worth a quick shot, but it's not going anywhere. I bet that's that way, just so that's probably that whole we're gonna keep from doing like infinitely recurring workflow triggers. Where was I? Okay, so we wanted to a test release workflow. The way we'll receive this is on repository dispatch types. Whoops. And if we look at our workflow here, trigger Docker, must be released and pre-released. That's what we did wrong. It should be repos owner. And it should be, I'm guessing it would be the API, api.github.com. That's what we did wrong. Try this real quick. Yeah, that won't work. Fun. Okay, so we're going back here. I was probably just doing a switch crazy. Sorry about that, because I was doing something in the middle of the screen. That's weird. There we go. Okay, so the types we get to set up on our own. Um, so I'm just going to say release and pre-release. Looks like we get to define these ourselves. And let's see, repository dispatch. Actually just pull this over from the debug. .yaml that we have here. Okay, so I'm going to push this, and I think that this has to be in the master branch in order to work. And then, so I will add release dispatch workflow. So now what I need to do is trigger this from somewhere else. So I'm actually going to create a new folder. And we'll call it test dispatch. Okay, so let's see. Dispatcher. We'll call that the dispatcher. And we'll come in here, we'll say jobs, dispatch. I swear. Oh, I needed to move this. Okay. So, now that that secret's available, come over here. Repository is going to be and let's see, we want to do event type. And for client payload, we are going to send this. Okay, so I'm going to go to this test repo dispatcher, and it should not have triggered an action yet. Actions, and what we need to do is create a new release. We'll call this 1.0.0 release title first release. Okay, so now we should have an action running. Yes, we do. I don't know why it went off twice. So there we have our SHA. We have our event. It's action released. Is this at the same level? I can't tell. No, it's event.release. There should be a tag name in there. Yep, there's a tag name in there. Okay, so now let's check our tagging strategy to see that we had a release dispatch. Yes, we did. And so here's what we got. So inside of our console.log here for index.js, we're passing out github.context. So remember that there should also be a .payload in there, so that payload should contain that. But I'm interested to see what .context has. That's really what we were getting after here. So our payload, we have our action is release, branch, master, client payload. Action is published. So we have event name is release. So here's why I did this. So if you run this in your own repo, this action, versus if it's triggered by a repository dispatch, the trick is that we're still going to want to get to that tag that's passed in, and we need to be able to say, is that looked up, how that's looked up, so that we can either A, look that up, or B, yeah, because of published and released. Yeah, I think you're right, Jim. And so we can decide if they can pass in like their own lookup path, and if we can use that as an option. But I'm actually really happy with this, because it does mean that when we're doing like the Octoprint workflow, so when we come back over here and we're looking at this trigger Docker, we can actually make this much simpler by just saying GitHub and GitHub, and that's going to pass us literally everything. So we won't really even need this event type, because you can see that the action and release, so I could come in here in my Octoprint Docker, GitHub, so runs on repository dispatch. I don't even need to specify types. I would be able to use that event payload. and it would look like this. So I'd actually have to say payload.payload.action, but that's fine too. We shall see. Either way, I wanted to see what that context was for just github.context, and if I just had payload in there versus payload. So what does it give me extra? Let's search for that again. So by not specifying the payload, I get organization, details, I get event name, event path, then there's github.context.organization. So there's payload's a top level key, organization's a top level key, event name's a top level key. So that event name is going to be repository dispatch, and it's going to have a SHA, and it's going to have a ref and a workflow name. Okay. That helps. All right, so what do we want now? So I want to make sure that if this is a release, that the event type has to be a release so that there's a tag name, unless they've chosen, no, that's just it, that's just it. So here, let's see. Event name, repository dispatch. So we're actually, I think, going to have to do the casting that talks about in the toolkit. I'm going to forget the link for that again. At OctoKit webhooks. So the webhooks is from the OctoKit webhooks. Payload type, script. Oh, that's just for definitions. So I think no matter what we do, we're just going to have to look for a tag name. Because I don't think we'll even be able to determine that. So actually, it probably won't even matter what... Okay, I think I get it. So if we go back into our docs here, our README. So I think what you're actually going to put in, so you have pattern and then you have tag. So there wouldn't even need to be a lookup key. You're just going to pass in the tag based on whatever your release is. So even if this is triggered by something else, you're going to give it a string to pass. So for example, this might be GitHub dot event I think that would work. So for our action.yaml, and so index.js, we would come in here and say get input pattern, get input tag. Or I wonder if I give it the event, GitHub context, GitHub event. Okay, so if you give me the event, then if we look at the release event, we saw what that looked like. I should not have put this out to a string. That was my own mistake. Let's see, a releases payload. Okay, so let's look for that. We do have tarball URL, we have that. You know what? I am going to... Have I changed anything? I have. Let's see. Destringify. Oh, damn it. Okay then. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to go retrigger test repo dispatcher. dispatched. Okay. Now we check out our release actions. Okay, so what are we looking for here? GitHub.context is going to have a payload object. Yeah, so really we don't even care about what was sent. So if we look at this, this GitHub stuff, we're not even using it. We don't even care because what we really want is this payload here. At least for us. Now I could go in further and see, you know, what this is going to be, but it's honestly it's probably going to be a lot of duplicate information from here. So I could probably just client payload. Actually, I wonder. I do need to access client payload because these are probably going to be my own yeah, this shot is for like my own commit. So we actually need client payload. So the inputs that we would give so let's come into here. We would have them pass in a tag name instead of doing that context. That makes sense. Okay, so in the docs, in the README, let's see, repositories, we want to come back to github.event. I don't know if this will work actually. if we were to say, so first thing I got to do is just set this up. So we don't even need to do error if not release. Let's go back to master here. And we'll change this to actually I'm just going to change the branch name. Update inputs. Okay, so readme. If github.event name equals release. Is there an event context? I don't think so. So yeah, this is the part again where I'm going to start bitching about docs, because never do they show you what the actual payload is for. It's like these are webhook payloads, but they're not the same. We've seen where they're not exactly the same as the payload sent by the action. And even still here, like there's a list releases. There's get a release asset. There's even get a release, but does this get a release? Is this actually the same thing as the release event? We don't know. And like I said, we have seen where it's different. But we can only assume that I don't know, tag name is accessible there. GitHub action, get tag name. We'll just see if anyone's already solved this problem. GitHub.ref? Really? Where's the context stuff? The brancher tag that triggered the workflow run. Okay, so if we use that, So that would work if you're using it on. So I guess what it comes down to is you're just gonna have to know how to trigger or how to get the tag name. So like if I'm using this from within a repo and I have this set to trigger, like this on push of tags, then no, wait. Well, let's just give it a shot. At this point, I'm kind of all mixed up in what's going on here. Yeah, so say like we were doing this downstream, like in Octoprint. So if we were triggering Docker, maybe if we just sent github.ref through. Actually, we've got GitHub. If we send it here, and if I look back, ref should be in here. So context, payload. Change our action.yaml and we'll go with inputs. Tag name. looking at if I don't have to set a default. Or if I can just set a default to null or undefined. Nope, it's optional, so that's definitely what we want to do. Aha. This is where I need to know, can I use payload here? It's a github.event. see what we got last time. I see. So we will just specify that you have to say put a tag name there. I think that's what we'll do. And then in our test repo dispatcher, what we'll do is just say tag name, and this will be github.ref. I think that will work. So we will find out. First thing I'm going to do is push that. So I'm going to swap over my terminal to that test repo dispatcher, git checkout -b, update client payload. Okay, come back here, git checkout master. Okay, now we're coming back to our tagging strategy doc. So let's see, git status. So in the debug, I'm using the event just from internal from the repository, but in the release dispatch, what was I logging before? GitHub.context. Am I still logging GitHub.context? Yes. I don't know what this is going to look like. So I'm just going to send through, well, I can't send through github.event. could do I'll leave that out for now. Put that in there. And then back in the release dispatch, we'll just send github.events. Okay, that'll work for now. So let's add everything there. Input testing. So tag name, refs, heads, update, inputs. So that would be the branch. So it gives you branch on push. Let's trigger a release. Or a repo dispatch. JSON at position 13. Okay, so let's see if we go back to this. Let's just send github.event. No, it's not quotes. Maybe it is. Actually, it may be. But it wouldn't for this, so let's just send this anyways. This is frustrating. It's just hard to work with this because the docs just aren't there for. I think I need to do 2JSON in that spot there. So the question I have, now that I'm seeing this, would I use github.event.release dot tag name, or would I use GitHub dot release dot tag name. So this should have triggered release here. So let's see what we have. A mapping was not expected. The template is not valid. Line 1921. What does it mean the mapping isn't valid? I wonder. I wonder if I could use here core.getInput github.payload Hmm. Try this again. The sad thing is this has to be in master in order to work. I wonder if I have hit my limit. Because it's not running. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, we look at index.js. What we're looking for is console.log tag. Here we go. Yep. Client payload tag name. So it would be github.event dot client payload dot tag name. Okay, so I am going to, let's see, I got tagging strategy here and dispatcher here. So I am going to draft another release, make sure that this works, that I didn't get it wrong. release tag name. So that would have worked. So what we actually do is this will be on the user. They need to make sure that what they send is actually a string, because otherwise it'll cause a mapping error. And that means that if I go over to here and github.event, and this would be .release .tag name, I believe. Let's take one last look. That's correct. So I don't need to do .json on this. But I probably do need to make this a string. And we'll update that. Update dispatcher, payload. Okay, so soon we'll release v3 of that, and then come over here. Okay, and then we'll be able to come over here to our index.json. Hopefully we're getting somewhere now. So yeah, developing actions are extremely slow because there's just so many hoops to jump through. They're really cool once you have someone document like everything for you on what to use, but man, just trying to figure out how to get those things, it's like shooting in the dark. Update logging and outputs. Okay, so now I'm going to go release v3 of this. that took an hour and a half to figure out. I probably could have done it faster if I was more reckless. There we go. Parsing 3.0.0 with XYZ tag for this run. Holy crap, that took forever to get to. Oh, wow. Feels good. Feels good and feels bad. I think at this point now I can finally just start working on code instead of trying to figure out payload and stuff like that. I think there really needs to be a testing kit so that you can like simulate these things without setting up repos and stuff like that. That being said, I am going to take a 5-minute break, so I'm going to stay on air, and I'm just going to go pop a pizza in the oven, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll start the actual parsing. Okay. And I'm back. So we made some pretty good progress. One thing I found earlier in the week when I was reading over things is that you can set an environment variable, and I think it's something like GitHub _core_debug, and as a secret, and set the value to like true or 1. And what that does is enable debug messages. So right now I'm doing this whole console.log thing, and you're seeing that right here. I don't know why. There we go. You're seeing that right here. And what it lets you do, I think, is you can say like core.debug or set debug or something like that. And so it allows you to kind of toggle debugging, so that now that I know kind of what I'm working with, because I have these JSON things and I've got everything working, I can turn it into like debug messages instead. And that way it's not there if I don't want it. But I don't have to go change code and release updates to the action. If I need to get debugging information, I can just add a secret and rerun the workflows. And that'll also help with if I have other GitHub users out there that are using this action and they're having issues. I can create like an issue template and say in the issue template something about set debug to true and run your workflow and include any logs. So that way, like, it'll help me collect information from my users on what might be going wrong. So I'll be setting that up next, and then we'll actually be writing the semver code. So we're to the point now where I'm actually going to start bringing in the parser. So right now, I have that parser in the source file. And what this also allows me to do is write a spec for it. So you'll notice if I run npm test right now, it actually runs stuff. And you'll see that it accepts latest. And I've got some other tests that are going to skip. And this is how you'll get to see how I approach what I call test-driven development, where I basically think through how am I going to implement this function by writing down like what the test cases should be. Now, I'm not going to execute those test cases or even write the acceptance code, but thinking through it in terms of what would I be testing helps me design the most efficient function. So in other words, what are the best ways where I can take the tagging strategy? So say I get like X, Y, and Z, versus I get XYZ dash Ubuntu or something like that. What's the best way for me to return that transposed output? There's a special word that is used by like React and Angular for that, like transclusion or something like that, and I forget what the word is, but that's the word I'm looking for. For now, I'll just say like transmogrified or something. But basically, you're given X and it'll swap in the version numbers. That's pretty simple. So I'm going to be able to start testing that. This means I can actually start writing different pieces of code without having to work with all the workflow crap, which is nice. So hopefully we'll start moving a lot faster now. And the other thing is, now that I've figured out how things work on both ends for the context, both inside the @GitHub Actions module and inside the workflows, it's pretty much going to be standard across. And I figured out how to map what the docs are for the event, the webhook payload, to what should show up for that payload, how to access it basically in the action, in the workflow file, and in the action in the actual action, JavaScript file. So that means that future work on this should go much, much faster. And thankfully, I've documented things along the way in terms of how things, putting example workflow files. So I'll be able to go back and look at those. Hopefully, that helps me in the future. Maybe it'll help you in the future. I don't know who to want to sit through probably the 8+ hours of video I have on developing this action total by the end it's done. End of it is done, but hopefully I'll be able to send all of these clips that I've done to an editor or get some time to figure out how to edit things myself. It's not really what I would like to spend time doing. If you're looking to contribute, then you have those skills and that's fun to you. We're looking for someone that can do post-production of live streams and stuff to turn them into, I've got, like I said, I'll have probably 6 to 7 hours of streaming that I did to create this action. And it'd be nice to take all that and munch it down into a 45-minute thing or something. Anyways, I'm waiting on a pizza to finish cooking here. Sorry, my mom was just texting me. Looks like we just found out one of her dogs, the lenses in their eyes have slipped to the back, so his vision is blurry at best. You wouldn't know it from the way he acts, but okay, so where are we at here? Let's see what branches we have. Much better. Much, much better. Alright. Okay. It's now time to get down to business. So we'll use debug. step debug logs. Action step debug to true. So let's do that. Whoop. Starting to get a lot of tags here. I'll be right back. Gotta take that pizza out of the oven. Shadow, come here. Come here, little girl. Come here, baby. This is my dog, Shadow. Say hi, Shadow. She likes to sleep in this room. This is her room. Even when I'm not around, this is her place to be. She likes to lay under benches and tables and stuff like that. Yeah, the switcher thing worked out really well. It actually was a lot easier than I was originally finding to set it up. So originally for the setup, I was looking at the GitHub source code, and I thought I'd have to compile from source, and the instructions on their homepage for that tell you where to put things in terms of the OBS source files paths, and the folders they were talking about for OBS didn't actually exist. But it turns out that they are compiling just SO files in their release, and so all you have to do is download that zip file, extract the SO, and dump it into the SO libs directory for OBS. And setting it up, I basically set it up so it watches different parts of my screen, because I'm actually on a widescreen monitor. So when you see me switch to my browser, for me it's actually just I have the editor on the left side of my screen and the browser on the right side of my screen, and it's like a 34-inch 21:9 monitor, which I'm actually looking for a new monitor of that kind that has better color qualities and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm looking in core, and I want to see if there's a set debug or core.debug. There we go. Okay. Debug logging is hidden from the logs by default. Library can also wrap chunks of output in foldable groups. That's cool. That's really neat. So I'm finding the docs for the actual node modules are great. And honestly, the docs for the workflows and actions aren't bad. They're just missing a few like glue things that'll help like make things make a little more sense. And I'm guessing they'll get it over time. There's a feedback survey on their actions and workflows docs page that I'll probably fill out after I'm done with this. But now we're getting into it. Okay, so I'm going to change these to core.debug. Actually, this might be a good... We'll say core.startGroup. We'll say core.endGroup. I'm just checking Discord real quick to see if anybody has dropped in there for questions. Doesn't look like it. Hopefully later today and tomorrow I'll be working on the actual image, Octoprint image. Okay, and this is where we finally bring in the parser. So we have parser, parse tag. The worst part about streaming is I really want some background noise or somebody talking to me or something, so that I hate just sitting here with no silence and just hearing my keyboard. But if I turn on the TV, my YouTube video would get taken down for copyright infringement or something like that. So Shadow, I'm gonna run your feet over. Be careful. Here we go. Okay. There we go. I don't know what... Oh, I see. So you can say core if debug is on, you can call something a specific way. Otherwise, you can call it... That's really cool. That's really neat. I really like that. So here I'm going to put core... Did I do core.error? Error issue message. Errors will be converted to string via toString. I don't know if core dot error is something that's debug only. So let me. So there's issue command debug. Okay, let's see. So for here, what I'll do is I'll add the. I almost feel like this should be like this, indented. Pattern tag. Really don't need the group for right now, but I like. Maybe we'll do it like this. Whoops, that shouldn't be tag, that should be strategy tag. This is really outside it, so this is where your pull request scope can get creeped in, because I really don't need to add in the parse tag stuff here. I'll just say latest. That looks good. So let's see. We'll have to add everything. NCC build index.js. And I do want to change this because I don't want this to just be on push anymore. So let's look at other events that we can do. Maybe there's a debug event, or maybe I can just do... Okay, the peanut gallery says I didn't get rid of all console.logs. Ah, you're right. You are right, my friend. Thank you. Core dot debug. Let's see. Is there a... I don't know. Let's see. This is message. If I'm trying to remember, it was message. I think that's what we can do. So we'll have to actually come back and see. Core debug. Huh. So we'll have to do that. Okay, let's see what releases we want to use, or what event. Manual events, workflow dispatch. Yeah, no problem, man. Usually, like, that's the great equalizer. Flex is a really good way to kind of eliminate some of the cascading inheritance that you get. Or really, it's more like it embraces it, but yeah. While I'm eating, I'm going to turn my main cam off. No one needs to watch me eat. I don't think workflow trigger is what we want because it's not going to have all the stuff we need in it. Maybe if I just do like a debug branch. Let's try that. Because I really don't want to hit my limit when I'm just sitting here doing stuff for testing and other things like that. Alright, that seems to work well. Okay. Um, let's see. We're going to work on the code now. Say git checkout dash B. Start parsing. Okay. So now we're in our index. I wonder if I forgot to do a build. I certainly did, but I guess it doesn't matter. At some point I'll have to fix that, or I think it'd be cool if GitHub Actions could add that automatically. You know, I teach a lot of Git in my day job, and we were joking around one time about I could put together like and this was after work, but we were saying I could put together a 6-part Git series, and it was all like around Git shit. A play on words. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I think when people watch me code, that I'll just do Git commands and they'll be like, I've never seen that. And stuff like the git fetch p, or the mass deletion of remote branches with the semicolons. Like back in the day, when your editors didn't do all those syncing things for you and stuff like that, you'd use that stuff a lot, actually. But one thing that I like to teach is sandbox branching, so that you can control what your commits look like. And usually you do this on a more formal project. So you've seen some of my commits, they'll say like blah or something like that. And what you can do is you can create 2 branches. So I've got this add tag parsing, and then I'll say git checkout dash B sandbox, and that creates a branch from here. And what I'll do is I add stuff, and then when I'm ready for something to actually be officially in the timeline, I come back to the add tag parsing, and I'll run a git merge. I think it's no fast forward squash, or maybe it's just git merge squash dash M, and it takes all the commits that I had in my sandbox up to that point and pulls them in as if it was a single commit on this add tag parsing. And the sandbox branch stays local. It never goes up to your remote, or it can if you want it to, but what it lets you do is really experiment and not have to think about your commit messages so much, when sometimes you're just like, I don't really know how this is going to go. I'm just writing this code to see what happens. That's what I call sandbox branching. But for now, it also helps if you don't know what exactly to call the feature you're working on until after it's written. Because I could say git branch dash M, which basically is just, stands for move branch, but it really should just be called branch rename. Okay, so let's see. that actually might be, from this point forward, the index file may not change at all through the version 1 release. I don't know for sure, but that may be all we need. So I'm going to add in I'm just tired of seeing that pop-up message. I don't want to deal with all that. I wish I could just... There probably is this place where I can just turn that stuff off. Okay, so in the parser, we've got... So far, this function takes a strategy and tag and returns... Right now, I have this if strategy is latest, return latest. The first thing I think we need to do is check for validity of the tag. Oh, I've already got that here. And this should actually be here. Okay, I said one thing that's not true, that we wouldn't have to update index. So what I'm doing is, if it errors out, what's returned is going to be an object. If everything succeeds, what's going to be returned is a string. Or I could say an object that has errors, and then a key that has tag, and I can check for that too. But for right now, we'll just do this, and we'll say did I do a throw over here? I did, but I caught it and returned it. So if where am I at? Okay. And we'll come back here to the parser, and we'll call this strategy tag. Error is not a reserved keyword. Actually, it's not. That's a good question. In JavaScript, there aren't a lot of things that are reserved keywords. And that's because it uses prototypical inheritance. So even if there is like a global error object, you could overwrite it. But each of these things are in their own context anyways. So you're creating like an error inside this function. Yep. Yeah, I think in terms of reserved words in JavaScript, like the word global, and that's not even really reserved. It's, you know, var, const, let, that might be about it. I don't know. There's more. I don't care. I'll go down this rabbit hole again, and I don't want to do that. Stop distracting me. Okay. It's a good spot to do an add. And then we do parser. I don't know if I'm going to be using these. So if we come down here, I don't know if error, like core.error, is going to show up without debugging. Maybe if I do this. Error should always be a message. Yeah, you don't want to get me into let versus var versus const. About the only place I use let is inside loops. Otherwise I use const or var. And it all comes down to just efficiency and stuff like that, which 95% of the stuff you write, it really doesn't matter. Plus, most of the time you're doing like transpiling with like Babel or something like that, and it's gonna, you know, choose to change var or let or const to whatever it thinks is best anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Where am I at here? So if the tag is not valid, it's going to throw a value is not valid or cannot be coerced. And inside well, I guess here's the trick. So it can get non-valid tags, but what it's got to do is strip the tag, I think. So let's see. Let me think of some example valid tests. So this is what I was talking about earlier, and I'm going to turn my cam back on because I finished eating. Hopefully I don't have pizza all over my face. I think I'm good. I'm not ashamed to put pizza on my face on the internet, full of strangers. I'm a software developer. That's what we do. We get pizza on our face. So this is where I start thinking about how testing strategy relates to the parser code. So I could put a describe, a condition of x, y, foobar, and then have different tests for testing the tag. Or I could say, given a tag, test these conditions. There's probably a way to do both. Like a test generator almost, like a matrix generator. But for now, I'm just writing down a few simple conditions. Because think about it, like if x, y, foobar, given a tag of 1.0.0, you would expect there we go. You could say expect Actually, this is pattern. And let's say you give it 1.0.0. This would be to maybe it is to match that I should use. And this would be 1.0 dash foobar, and expect parse tag pattern. So you see here I could just do like a loop of expect and just have the same expect function run out and then just define the number of assertions. I might get into that later, but for now this is just going to be easy. If a tag given is 1, I don't know how to say to error or something like that. Oh yeah. To equal. I think it's to equal. And here already we get to see, let's see, const parse error. And then what I can do is and in the spec, whoop. So this is actually an object, and so that'll tell us that we've got an invalid tag. Um, well, I mean, it's related to any programming language. What, do you not write unit tests? uh, I just use that. I could as easily have called it parser.test.js or anything else. But no, this is just helping me like make sure that as I'm thinking through things, like I don't forget to do stuff. So in other words, test.skip will write the test down but not execute it. And when I think I have all the tests written that I need, I can actually get rid of that. And my Jest plugin will automatically run, like this is a unit test, it'll automatically run these. Or I can run npm test, which I have set up to run this spec command. And did I not? I didn't save this. That's why it did. But you'll see that this fails because so far I don't have anything that actually returns this. And this is, my goal is to make these tests pass. And so right now I'm just thinking through what are some of the scenarios that'll help me think through the parser logic. I'm not going to write like a full suite of tests here. This is what's really meant by test-driven development, is just, it's a way of kind of documenting your logic prior to writing some of those deeper steps. It's, a lot of people think of it as I just have to write like a test, or I have to write tests before I write code. I could have very easily started writing the code first, and in some ways I did. But I'm at the part now where I'm trying to think, okay, how do I actually want to parse this? I now have the tag, and I've got the delimiters that I need to be able to pull out, and so sometimes the character X will need to be pulled out, sometimes it won't, and it'll just depend on if it's within a percent thing. So maybe that's what I need to do, is find X, Y, and Z. So here I'm writing this down, and what I could very easily do is turn this into like a test that I skip, just as a way of remembering how to write it. And I think I just hit on how we're going to do this. So I'll only replace X, Y, and Z if they're found between the delimiters. But if there are no delimiters, there we go, that's what it is. It returns an error if any characters this is just my own type of formatting for peace of mind, in case that grows. Okay, so each describe block is called a suite. So basically it's saying all the tests in this, think of it, it's just a context wrapper. It allows me to add some context to everything. And so for example here, I could easily say like pattern I could create an array of test patterns and say %x.y you know, and I'm just making random stuff up here, so I could say x.1.z as well. Actually, that would be up in the other one, so we put it there. So we've got these test parameters, and then I could just run through that array and test each one or something like that. So describe is just a pattern matcher, or describe is just a context, sorry. Okay, so I don't know if this little red squiggly line is there because that test is failing or because I've got syntax wrong. Let's find out. So we'll come over here and we'll go to Jest.js. So this is the framework that I'm using. Jim, if you're still there and you're listening, there are some test frameworks for Python that are really good at this sort of thing. If that's something you're interested in, that I can show you. There's also some Python folks that hang out in the Hacker Happy Hour Discord. And so you're welcome to join that server. And I think if you go to hackerhappyhour.com, it'll take you to our GitLab org, which has a link with the invite if you need that. But there's a lot of Python people in there that know a lot more about Python from a formal testing standpoint and packages and stuff than I do. You're way better at Python than I am. Let's see here. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Jest.js, and I want to look at matchers. Expect. Is there a 2 equal here? I thought there was. 2 equal. So we could say here to match objects. So that test should actually pass. Oh, I see why it's failing. So we actually run this. The tag itself is valid. And this is why we write tests for complicated logic. Let's do this. So this would actually be, if this passes, then we know we're doing the right thing. Interesting. Don't know why this doesn't pass. Match or error, receive value must be non-null object. That's not coming from me. What do we want? how is it returning latest? Okay. If strategy equals latest. Oh, I'm stupid. Well, that is correct. So what we started getting there. It's saying invalid is 1, and that should be, it should be valid. And if we go to our parser, strategy tag returned, error value is not. So let's get rid of these. Do I have caps lock on or something? Go into the parser spec and we're going to remove that. I don't know how this is, why it's saying that this needs to be, I need to figure out what's causing that. That is so weird. Now this one should actually pass at the moment because semver, this is where we're using semver. I wonder if we do for now, let me just do this. Reference error. Now we get a reference error. That's where that extra one went. Well, finally. go. Finally, we are working. So the next thing we need to do is parse this. So let's run a So this is interesting. So when I give it a tag of 1, it returns null because it needs so if we say what if we do this? If we say true here. Now we run these tests. That's still. But what if we run there we go. That's what we want, I think. So what about v1? With coerce, it should return 1.0.0. If you give it v1, 1, anything like that, it'll return 1.0.0. Let's see. If the tag passed, so the pattern, we have a pattern. It's going to coerce a tag and that'll be default. So we want that right now. So we want to make sure that it Okay, so this passes on all three. So no, so what'll happen? Basically, um, this that I'm testing right here is what you might be passed from the GitHub value. So anything you can imagine, um, it could even be and let's actually see what it coerces that value to be. So 1.0, whoops. It'll change that tag to 1.0.0, but I can configure the object so that it includes pre-release. So it's not gonna, the output's gonna be strict. No matter what. So there's no point in including the pre-release thing here. So we don't care that it has that pre-release identifier. We just care that that's a valid tag. Now, so this is part of pre-release components. Well, this is interesting. Check this out. So the first one and the fourth one returned but the other two did not. And if I coerce the value, it's interesting. Let's leave loose false in there, see what happens. Still first and fourth. But they're still valid tags. So this will be a little bit of a challenge because I think what I need to do is actually get raw tags. We'll say this. Okay, so first we get the raw tag. And that'll either give us null if it's like something like v1 or just 1, or it'll give us a semver object. So if it gives us, if it's an object, then we know that the raw will be in there. It'll have major, minor, patch, and pre-release. I thinking? If the tag is just v1, we actually want to coerce it. So this would be if raw tag is null truthy in JavaScript. I hate having to remember this crap, but you know what? Okay, so null is false. If okay, let's see what happens. Thanks, Jim. Actually, it should be s.parse. Whoop, didn't mean to do that. I don't think that'll matter, but why is it now failing on this first one? Well, that's why. Duh. Fails at 1. So it's getting to here. Now it's failing back here. What if we actually tell them that it has to be tags that are for just v1? For v2, we can coerce values. So we could say we'll do that. And I'm going to take this out of here. That might be why it wasn't working before, because we were throwing an error there. Let's try. Need to be output. So this still failed. Whoa. Why is coerce all of a sudden returning that? don't get it. I wonder if this is changing the original tag. Well, it couldn't be. Oh, I see what needs to happen. Okay, I was looking at that wrong. So we need to do this. So you have to do semver.valid. I wonder why semver.valid, when given semver.coerge. So I actually have to parse. Okay, so parse only works if it's a valid tag. So what I can do is pass semver.valid to, like, it doesn't look like coerce is ever used alone. Like, it doesn't just return a string, so you have to actually use .valid to make it return a string. So in that case, you would have parsed tag equals s.parse s.valid s.coerce tag. And now all these should work, I think. No. Why would that not work? I'm missing something. I'm not seeing something here. What the hell? This is weird because it doesn't work. It doesn't work the same way it. I wonder if I should do is valid and do if true do parse, if false do coerce. I don't know. So that's interesting. For some reason, it's just not returning. Even though oh, duh, this should be parse tag. But that still doesn't change anything. Because it gets down to this first one, and for some reason, even though it works in here, if I change the... I think it's because jest is polluting things. I bet it is. 2217. Ahaha. Should actually be. I'm gonna feel really stupid. Yep, I feel stupid. It's one of those days. At this point, if we're still not at parse tag, we'll throw with that message. Now, we get to parse. Let's see. Okay. I am going to sign off now because I need to take a little bit of a longer break. Walk the dog and stuff before it rains. I will probably continue working on this tonight, definitely tomorrow. I don't know yet if I will live stream it. Look in the description if you're coming after the fact. And if I do stream the next part of this, I will add a link in the description to that stream. So until then, I'll see you later.